time for the development, or more or less, intelligent beings like you? Ask yourself, do you really think this accelerated evolution is natural? Then your species is more ignorant than I've thought. We have not evolved wrong, but you. Okay, Lacerda here is claiming that the human species was aided in their development, especially considering their intelligence. Now, natural evolution does exist. She is not saying it doesn't exist, but a guided evolution in this case was necessary in order to reach the heights of intelligence that we have reached in the last couple million years compared to the hundreds of millions of years that we've been around, apparently. And so if we were to compare this to modern paleontology, it would say that hominids were only around for several hundred thousands of years, as opposed to millions and hundreds of millions. And so, if true, very cool. I also seem to think that on our personal time scale of several hundred thousands of years versus the last 5 to 10,000 years, there did also seem to be an accelerated growth intellectually. I often entertain the idea as well that, especially since the meteoric rise in propulsion systems and energy enhancement or energy harnessing that we've been going through, we might have also been aided by, extraterrestrial technology at some point, especially after the 40s. This is interesting, but, if I were to bring my Tesla back into the 1500s, or even earlier, back into the year 1, or even earlier than that, let's bring my Tesla back 5,000 years ago. The people who discover that Tesla will never be able to back engineer the technology that my Tesla has. Impossible. Impossible that their feeble minds can comprehend the amount of technology that is put into that. Is just no way. But what they will do is they'll take apart the door and they'll use the metal to help shield their huts. They'll use the glass to perhaps cut hide. Rest assured that they will never figure out how that Tesla works. And without my phone or my Tesla card, you're not going to be able to drive that. And so they can turn the wheel and they can maybe bring the windows down until the batteries run out. But after that, they'll be taking it apart and using it to enhance their own lives. I think that is an accurate representation of what happened in the event that we did recover crashed UFOs. I think
not enough minerals. You've 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 not enough minerals. the enemy. My life for hire. I long for combat. Chaos. My life for hire. I long for combat. Isatu, thus I serve. My life for hire. I long for combat. Chaos, honor guide me. What thou calls. Chaos, thus I serve. Honor guide me. I long for combat. For Hadun, what thou calls. Isatu, honor guide me. What thou calls. I long for combat. We are under attack. Thus I serve. My life for hire. What thou calls. Isatu, honor guide me. For Hadun, Isatu. House, my life for hire. House, what thou calls. I long for combat. What thou calls. Honor guide me. House, honor guide me. Thus I serve. What thou I long for combat. What now calls? Warriors have engaged the enemy. Warriors have engaged the enemy. My life for hire. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. What now calls? Do not. I long for combat. My life for hire. Honor guide me. My life for hire. You have not enough minerals. House. My life for hire. Warriors have engaged the enemy. I long for combat. My life for hire. Attack. House. Honor guide me. What man calls? You have not enough minerals. House. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. I long for combat. House. What man calls? My life for hire. I long for combat. What man calls? House. I long for combat. House. What man calls? What man calls? Guide me. I long for combat. Engage the enemy. I long for combat. House. What man calls? House. Honor guide me. House. We are under attack. Honor guide me. My life for hire. I long for combat. Warriors have engaged the enemy. What man calls? I long for combat. Warriors have engaged Honor guide me. My life for hire. Honor guide me. not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. Not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You must construct additional pylons. My life for hire. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. Isaratu! You have not enough minerals. She house, I long for combat. She house, you have not enough minerals. My life for hire. She house. Bloodland calls. Honor guide me. For Hadun. Gaukora. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Gaukora. My life for hire. I long for combat. She house. For Hadun. Gaukora. I long for combat. Warriors have engaged the enemy. My life for hire. My life for hire. For Hadun. Isaratu. She house. Thus I serve. Honor guide me. I long for combat. Isaratu. She house. My life for hire. I long for combat. Bloodland calls. Thus I serve. Bloodland calls. Gaukora. I long for combat. Warriors have engaged the enemy. I long for combat. Bloodland calls. Thus I serve. Honor guide me. Isaratu. I long for combat. Isaratu. For Hadun. Isaratu. Gaukora.
Much of the same. We've used a lot of their components to enhance our own lives, but failed at, actually back engineering these things. Getting sidetracked. What are we talking about here? Let's get back to reality. Let's get back to the talking lizard lady. Question. I understand, but I have another question. You've mentioned many facts about the ancient war between the aliens 65 million years ago. This happened very long before your kind became really intelligent, as far as I've understood you. Why do you know so many things about that first war and about the evolution of our species? Good question. Answer. This is a good question. Much better than the previous. And I have not explained it properly to you. Our knowledge about the first war comes completely from ancient artifact, which was found around 16,000 years ago from our archaeologists on the continent you call North America today. They found there a round plate with a diameter of approximately 47 of your centimeters. The plate was made of an even, for us unknown, magnetic material, and inside the plate there was another smaller crystal plate, which contained an enormous amount of information coded in the molecular structure of the crystal. This quote-unquote memory plate was manufactured from the last bomb survivors of the human race from Procyon already 65 million years ago. But it was completely intact when we found it. Our scientists were able to encode the messages and data, and so we heard the first time about the events which took place in the distant past and which led to both the extinction of the dinosaurs. The plate contained detailed descriptions of both species, but more about the humanoids, and about the events and weapons, including the fusion bomb. It contained also a description of the animals and saurians on the Earth, including our pre-intelligent ancestor species. The rest of our knowledge about our evolution comes from skeletons and from back-reading and decoding of our DNA. You see, we know the real truth about our roots since 16,000 years. Before that time, there was a more religious idea of our creation. That's interesting. So I think if this is a LARP or if this is truth or whatnot, but I think the point here is to really throw up a mirror in front of us and say, like, hey, once you get past this religious thing, there's a whole world waiting for you after that. Question. What has happened with both alien species? Answer. We don't know exactly. The surviving humanoids on Earth obviously died in the years after the bomb, and others of their kind and the reptilians never came back to Earth, as far as we know. Concerning the reptilian aliens, there is a possibility that it was physically impossible for them to return. because the matter between bubbles is sometimes in rapid movement. The current theory is that both species had ceased to exist during millions of years. That's an interesting thing to say, that the Matter between bubbles is sometimes in rapid movement. The matter between... What would that entail? What would that mean? Why would that be the reason that we don't see them anymore? They're just acting on a different frequency than we are? Question. You've mentioned skeletons of your kind. How can it be that human scientists haven't found any trace of you and your ancestors if you really lived for such a long time on this planet? We have found many skeletons of primitive dinosaurs, but none of an advanced reptilian being with a larger skull and brain and a hand with a thumb as you have described before. Answer. Yes, you have. But your great scientists were not able to reconstruct the skeletons completely because they wanted to reconstruct reptilian animals, not intelligent beings. You would laugh if you know how many of the, especially small, saurian skeletons in your museums are totally wrong constructions of never-existing beings. Because you used many bones which didn't really belong together, and sometimes you made artificial bones. If something was missing, you need to construct an animal saurian. Many of your scientists are aware of this problem, but they don't like to make it public because they can't explain it, and they claim that the right bones were just missing, and their construction is right. Many bones of us were used for iguanodon reconstructions. For example, the hands with the visible thumb. Look at an iguanodon in a museum, and you will see that I'm right. A scientist in the country you call United States has built a nearly correct skeleton of our kind some years ago, but the local government, which is partly aware of our existence, confiscated the reconstruction. As we live today, and since thousands of years, nearly completely beneath Earth, you will not find any cadavers or skeletons of us. Okay, I gotta look up a photo of an iguanodon now, all right? Because that's pretty cool. Hold on. Oh, they do have thumbs. Oh, that's so weird. Let me just ask ChatGPT one question as well here. So apparently scientists or paleontologists have had a hard time reconstructing certain dinosaurs because they say some bones are missing. Do they use different animal bones or even make their own bones to fit these skeletons?
Yes. Paleontologists sometimes use bones from closely related species to fill in gaps. They also create reconstructions or models based on a fossil record and existing knowledge. It's a mix of scientific inference and creativity to get as accurate a picture as possible.
I'm not saying... I mean, that's... What? All right. We're going to keep going. How cool would that be if this is real? I'm not saying it's real, but I mean, how cool would that be? Question. You speak sometimes about underground cities and artificial sunlight. Do you mean something like a hollow Earth with this? Is there a second sun inside our planet? Answer. No. Earth is not completely hollow, and there is no second sun inside. This story is ridiculous and physically not possible. Even your species should be intelligent enough not to believe this. Okay, a little jab at our species once again. Once again, this sour little reptilian is displaying a salty behavior towards us hominids here, us surface dwellers who get to bask in the sun. And how amazing that sun is, might I admit. Do you know how much mass a sun must have to produce energy and light for a longer time by fusion? Do you really think that there could be a small active sun inside this planet? When I talk about our subterranean home, I talk about large cave systems. The caves you have discovered near to the surface are tiny in comparison to real caves, and huge caverns deeper in the earth in a depth of 2,000 to 8,000 of your meters, but connected with many tunnels to the surface or to surface near caves. And we live in large and advanced cities and colonies inside such caves. Major sites of us are beyond the Arctic, Antarctic, Inner Asia, North America, and Australia. If I talk about artificial sunlight in our cities, I don't mean a real sun, but various technological sources of light, including gravitational sources, which illuminates the caverns and tunnels. There are special cave areas and tunnels with a strong UV light in every city, and we use that places to heat our blood. Furthermore, we also have some surface sun places in remote areas, especially in America and Australia. Could you imagine just being on a hike somewhere in Patagonia or in like Arizona, in the desert somewhere, and you just see like just a bunch of like naked reptilians taken in the sun? Comment if that's ever happened to you. A lot of people watch these videos. You never know who's watching. If any of you encountered a sunbathing reptilian, possibly horny. Question: where we find such a surface near entry to your world? Ooh. Answer: do you really think I will tell you their exact location? If you want to find such an entry, you have to search it by yourself, but I would advise you not to do that. When I came to the surface 4 days ago, I used an entry approximately 300 of your kilometers north from here near a large lake, but I doubt that you would be able.
forces are under attack.
Find it. There are only a few entries in this part of the world. More are far from north and east. So it's kind of weird that she's like, you think I'll tell you that information? It's 300 kilometers north, close to a lake. Like, I mean, why would you even... I guess maybe it's just really hidden. A lot of lakes. As a little advice, if you are in a narrow cave or in a tunnel or even in something that looks to you like an artificial mine shaft, And as deeper you walk, as smoother appear the walls. And if you feel unusual warm air streaming from the depth, or if you hear the rushing sound of streaming air in a ventilation or elevator shaft, then look for a special kind of artificial and smooth wall somewhere in the cave with a door made of gray metal. If you would be able to open that door, but I doubt this, you would be in a usually round technical room with ventilation systems and elevators to the depth. This is probably an entry to our world. If you have reached this point, you should know that we are now definitely aware of your presence. You are already in big trouble. If you have entered the round room, but you should look for one or two of the reptilian symbols on the wall. If there are no symbols or other symbols, you are maybe in bigger trouble as you think, because not every underground installation belongs to our kind. Some new tunnel systems are operated from alien races, including hostile races. My general advice, if you find yourself in a for you strange underground installation, run away as fast as you can. I believe that was also John Lear's advice when he spoke about the aliens. That is crazy. I've heard stories in the past of deep underground bases, but I've also heard stories of people who traveled in these caverns and even military who've encountered beings, just extraterrestrial beings underground and like engaged in combat in some way, shape, or form. Would that also explain a lot of the missing people, you know, in the national parks? Really interesting stuff to contemplate. But of course, you know, often we think space is a good place to hide, like the backside of the moon or Mars, which is true. Then we go to, you know, the oceans. Obviously the oceans as well. The oceans, I mean, are at depths that we cannot reach and therefore a great place to hide. But underground, you can build thousands of stories underground. And you would not be affected by earthquakes as much as the surface. It's a safer environment to live. You would probably avoid any natural cataclysm or disaster forever. Thus, your species would be allowed to continue existing for millions of years. You know, so a smarter species would eventually become subterranean, perhaps. But a happier species likes the sun. All right, we enjoy our sunshine. Question, you mentioned earlier that you used the name Lacerda when you were among humans and that you enjoy it to be in the real sun on the surface of the earth. But how can you be among humans? You don't look like us, so anyone will see that you belong to another species. Why have nobody seen and described a being like you if your kind lives already since our creation together with us on the same planet? Can you explain that to me? Answer. First, my kind was of course seen and described and worshipped many times in your primitive past. For example, in your religious writings, like your Christian Bible. You can find descriptions and even simple drawings of us, for also in the southern parts of the American continent on various temples. So-called wise men from India and from the Asian mountains have described our species many times in writings, together with other wise men of the African continent. I think we are the most mentioned non-human species, maybe besides the Elohim, in your history. If you don't believe me, have a look at your history and you will see the truth in my words. Your great scientists called the belief in us superstition and religion, and today's intelligent humans have forgotten our presence on the surface in the past. Furthermore, our species is seen even today sometimes from human witnesses in its original shape on Earth or in our surface near entries and tunnel systems. But fortunately, you and your media didn't take the reports of such crazies serious. That's good for us, and that's the reason why we allow those people to see us as we really are. Some of my species are also in direct contact with human scientists and politicians from the surface, but this is top secret, as you would call it, and nobody of your public knows anything about it. The matter of this meetings is generally the upcoming war with and between the alien species and our assistance in this war. But there is also another explanation, why we can walk among you, and why you are not able to recognize us. Mimicry. The following may again sound unbelievable and even shocking to you. But as you have asked, I will explain it. I've told you before that we have more advanced mental abilities than your species, and with more advanced, I mean that we are able to use telepathy and telekinesis from our birth on. In fact, mother and newborn child communicate generally with telepathy during the first months, without special training, as you needed to activate these sleeping parts of your brain. The structure of our brain is a little bit different to yours, and our hypophyse is larger and more active than yours, especially when we are in sunlight. Our own abilities are very strong in comparison to yours, but weak in comparison to the matter string / bubble mind forces of some of the alien species on this planet. I was never good in that mind things, but we all have these primary abilities and can use them, for example, for our protection or even for attack. Okay. So Lacerda here is saying that they do have some capabilities, that the mother and child are connected telepathically and communicate in this way for the first few months, which is something that we've also, been hearing about with nonverbal children, namely the telepathy tapes with Kai Dixon. She mentions that, and Dr. Diane Powell, they both mention that these nonverbal children, because of their lack of ability to communicate, and communication is such a essential part of survival, that you will find a way to communicate in order to survive, and that's how they've developed their own dormant sort of telepathic sense. I also enjoy the fact that Lacerda's like, we're not at the top of the food chain. I mean, them as reptilians are not at the top of the food chain. That's really interesting. Must be a real blow to her ego, because she does seem a little bit entitled. When we are on the surface and we meet human beings, even a large group of them, this makes no difference. All of your minds are like one mind. We are able to touch their mind and induce them via telepathy. The command, see us as one of your kind. And the weak human mind will accept this order without refusion, and they will see us, despite our reptilian look, as normal humans. I've done this many times, and you weak humans generally see me as an attractive brown-haired woman because I have created this special mimicry image in my mind years ago, and I can induce it into your minds without problems. I've needed some time at the beginning to learn the use of the mimicry correctly, but then it worked nearly automatically, and I can even walk among a group of yours and nobody will recognize what I am. There's a simple switch. See us as we really are, see us as we want you to see us in your consciousness, which was placed there from the Elohim when they created your kind. And we can use this switch to convince you that you see humans when you look at us. Other aliens use this switch too. It is easier than you think. When there are meetings between your kind and aliens which seem to look exactly like yours, these aliens have used that switch, and some of the meetings with man-like aliens can be also explained with meetings with my kind. When I met EF for the first time, he saw me also as a normal human woman, and I remember that he was very frightened and shocked when I revealed to him my real appearance. Fascinating. Okay, so much to unpack, but Lacerda did say that there were humanoid aliens, but now she's also saying that some of the human-looking aliens are actually other-looking aliens, might not be reptilian, that are using this mental switch to make people see them or perceive them as the being wants them to be perceived. This is really interesting because when you I've studied hypnosis for entertainment purposes as a magician quite a bit, and these are things that you can actually induce through hypnosis. Hypnotic states allow you to really play with the senses of the mind. And that includes smell, it includes touch, it includes sight, it includes taste, it includes everything. There's studies of people who were fed invisible food. And not only were they pretending or thinking that they were really eating, they were actually having bowel movements. So physiologically, you're even able to affect the human body with suggestion. And so something like this isn't completely impossible, and much more likely than, my skin actually shifting into, you know, some chameleon-like form and
guide us. Reading instructions. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. For vengeance, I have returned. I have returned. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. My life for hire. You require more Vespine gas. My life for hire. I long for warriors have engaged the enemy. I need it. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. My life for hire. I long for combat. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Upgrade complete. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Awaiting instructions. My life for hire. You require more Vespine gas. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Or perceive them as the being wants them to be perceived. This is really interesting because when you know, I've studied hypnosis for entertainment purposes as a magician quite a bit, and these are things that you can actually induce through hypnosis. Hypnotic states allow you to really play with the senses of the mind, and that includes smell, it includes touch, it includes sight, includes taste, it includes everything. There's studies of people who were fed invisible food, and not only were they pretending or thinking that they were really eating, they were actually having bowel movements. So physiologically, you're even able to affect the human body with suggestion. And so something like this isn't completely impossible, and much more likely than my skin actually shifting into, you know, some chameleon-like form. And I think that this idea actually has legs to stand on. That could work, you know, theoretically. It wouldn't work for us because we would have to, induce everyone into a hypnotic state and lower their cognitive sort of reflexes, whereas because of their evolution, they can do that very simply without you even knowing it. And that's interesting. And the point about your mind is all one mind is very interesting. That's something that I think we're just starting to scratch the surface on with this whole idea. Well, it's a philosophy that has been echoed for a very long time. If you look at Hermeticism or Rosicrucianism, the sort of as above, so below. This idea that everything is one and everything is connected is very old, but since the introduction of modern science, you know, we've really strayed from that theory, thinking that that was more of like a philosophical, maybe even spiritual belief. But now with quantum physics, I think we're realizing that this might actually be the case, that this field exists and that we're all sort of a part of it. I digress. Question, do you mean that you can really make me believe that I talk now with an attractive brown-haired woman instead of a reptilian being like you? Answer, probably, but I don't think so in your special case. When someone expects to see a human woman instead of me, I can do it without problems with his mind, even with large groups, because nobody expects to see a reptile woman. But I have allowed your mind to see me in my original appearance from our first meeting on, and I have never induced something into your mind, so you have already realized that I am not human. If I now try to change this, it would probably lead to an absolute confusion or to unconsciousness, and I don't want to harm you. As I've said, I'm not very good at these things. That's super interesting too. It's almost like what was that movie where the guy had like these special glasses in the 80s and he could see everything for what it truly was? It's kind of like that. It's kind of like once you see it, you can't unsee it. That's kind of cool. Question, that's very scary. Can you kill with that ability? Answer, yes, but it's forbidden. This means not that it was not done in previous times. Question, have both sexes this ability? Answer, yes. That's a sexist question. He's clapping back, he felt a little slighted with her condescension. So he's like, what about women? Question, what about photos? How do you appear on photos? I'm going to guess that they just appear like reptilians. Answer, this is a silly question. I appear on photos as a reptile being because I can't have influence on the photo or on the camera itself, but only on the photographer's mind. If he or she would develop the film and show the photo to others, they would see me in my original shape. That's the reason why it's forbidden for our kind to be filmed or photographed, and we must avoid every
Forces are under attack. More minerals.
camera on the surface. That is very difficult, and we were filmed sometimes in the past without our knowledge, especially from certain of your governments and secret agencies. I would love to see those films. Also, on a little side note, that lady screaming in the airplane suddenly isn't so insane. You know, you consider, the fact that she might have inadvertently seen one of these beings for what they really are, be it reptilian or not, but using her words, "That mother back there is not real." I would have loved to be on that flight, by the way. That'd have been a cool flight to be on. Probably not. Probably been a stressful flight after she said that. She said something about the plane going down and something else. I would not like to be on that flight. I would have probably, I would have probably got off with her. They were like, "This lady's right. He isn't real. I'm out of here." Question: what other commands can your kind induce into our minds? Something like serve us or obey? Answer: this is again a strange question. We are not your enemy. Most of us not. So why should we do this? To answer your question, it depends on the strength of the human mind and on the strength of the sending reptilian. There is no serve us or serve me switch in your mind. So such a command is much more difficult to induce. If the human mind and consciousness is weak and the reptilian inducer is experienced in these things and was some hours in the sun before he or she tries to do it, then it could probably work for a certain time. There are secret teachings about such things, but I've never learned anything about it. I use my primary abilities for mimicry and for communication with my own kind, and sometimes for other private things, but I've never used them to harm humans or their mind. I would appreciate it if we can end with this topic here. I think she's annoyed at the fact that the person asking questions is making her out to be some type of monstrous being who has, this murderous intent, but in fact, she's just kind of annoyed at that. Like, no, we're not. If I wanted to kill you, I'd do it already. You'd be dead. I'd eat you. I'd eat your flesh. But that's not the case. Also, the switch idea is very cool because there are many abduction cases and many cases of alien encounters. If you look at the case of Travis Walton, where these grayish aliens, or the ones that sort of, there might not have been gray aliens, but something similar to the gray aliens, were performing a procedure on Travis when he awoke during his abduction. He then fought them off, walked into a different room, and encountered these Nordic-like beings, or these tall hominids that were kind of jacked. They didn't speak, however, and they were wearing like fish bowls over their head. Almost silly, almost like a silly interpretation of a human. It makes you think that what if those gray extraterrestrials, noticing Travis's demeanor and his panic, his panicked state, decided we should probably give him something a little less alarming to look at, and then turn that switch on. Maybe that was the case. Very interesting to think about. I've always thought about, were the Greys working for these Nordic-looking folk, or were they both working for, something else behind the curtain? Or, is it just the Greys or whatever entity playing with our minds? Last question. You've said earlier that you can hide your UFOs. Do you use the same ability to do this? Answer: yes, but on a technical base. There's a powerful device inside each craft which is able to send an artificial signal to your mind's
We require more minerals.
convince you that you either see nothing but only the sky, or that you see normal aircraft like planes instead of our ships. This isn't used very often because we avoid human public when we move in the atmosphere. If you are able to see our UFOs, it means that the device is either defective or deactivated for some reason. The camouflage effect didn't work on photos. To answer this possible question of you already in advance. But why should someone make a photo of the sky if he could not see anything unusual there? By the way, most of the surface entry points near to our tunnels are also hidden with such a device, and your kind will generally see only normal cave walls instead of the door. That is one reason why I've said that I doubt that you will be able to find such a secret door to our world, but it has happened a few times in the past. Well, what has happened to those people? Man, that's interesting. A device that sends a signal to your mind. Again, this type of technology seems way more feasible to me than actual cloaking, or rendering something invisible. It seems like, well, I mean, maybe there is some technology that could do that in a way, but I definitely think that our mind is the weakest link, because our perception, if you can manipulate that, you can manipulate anything. You don't need actual light-bending technology. You just need something that alters your perception. It's an interesting form of tech that I haven't given too much thought on. Question, back to you in your own history. You've mentioned the race of the Elohim, who have created our race, our human race. From where did they come, and how did they look like? What exactly happened when they arrive? Are they our God? Answer, the Elohim came from this universe, from the solar system you call Aldebaran in your maps. They were a very tall humanoid species with usually blonde hairs and very white skin. They avoided the sunlight because it hurt their skin and eyes. This was absolutely unbelievable for a sun-loving species like us. They seemed to be intelligent and peaceful at the beginning, and we started a more or less friendly communication with them, but later they showed their real intentions and plans. They wanted to evolve the apes to a new breed, and we were a disturbing factor for them on their new zoo planet. At first, they caught around 10,000 or maybe even 20,000 of your simian ancestors, and they left the planet for some 100 years. When they returned, they brought your now more human ancestors back. When they left Earth again for some thousands of years and the primitive pre-humans lived together with us without major problems, they were just afraid of our aircraft and technology. The Elohim had taught their mind and enhanced their brain and their body structure, and they were able now to use tools and fire. The Elohim returned within 23,000 years 7 times and accelerated the evolution speed of certain of your kind. You must understand that you are not the first human civilization on the planet. The first advanced humans, who lived at the same time with less developed pre-humans because the Elohim had experimented with different speeds and
read you. Affirmative.
Standing by. Give me something to shoot. Rock and roll. Give me something to shoot. Jacked up and good to go. Go, go, go. Give me something to shoot. Outstanding. Give me something to shoot. Standing by.
Good to
You
go,
want a
sir.
piece of me, boy? Let's move.
Yes, sir. Report for
Standing by, Commander. Standing by. Let's move. Outstanding. Jacked up and
Good to
good
go,
to go.
sir.
Standing by. You want a piece of me, boy?
I read you.
Jacked up and good to go. Standing by. Give me something to shoot. Standing by.
SCV, good to go, sir.
Standing by.
Orders, Captain.
Give me something to shoot.
Orders, Captain. I'm finished.
Jacked up and good to go.
Did someone page me? Need medical attention?
Give me something to
Medical
shoot.
attention?
Give me something to
I'm
shoot.
on the job.
Commander.
Where does it hurt? I'm on the job. Did someone page me?
Let's move. Need a
Where
way.
does it hurt?
Your forces are under
Fire.
attack.
Give me something to shoot.
Where does it hurt?
Give me something to shoot. Jacked up and good to go. Jacked up my
Need medical
attention.
attention?
You got my attention. Need a way.
Did
Research
someone page
complete.
me?
SCV, good to go, sir.
Need a
Orders
way.
received.
Give me something to shoot.
Need
Got my
medical
attention.
attention?
Give me something to shoot.
State the nature of your medical emergency.
Jacked up
Need
and
medical
good to go.
attention?
Commander.
Did someone page me?
Jacked up and
Where
good
does
to
it
go.
hurt?
Commander.
Need medical attention? Need medical attention?
Commander.
Where does it hurt?
Jacked up
Need
and
medical
good to go.
attention? State the nature of your medical emergency. State the nature of your medical emergency. State the nature of your medical emergency.
Jacked up and good to go. Give me something to shoot. Commander. Go, go, go.
Base is under attack.
Stages of evolution with technology and speech existed around 700,000 years ago on this planet. Your scientists have not understood this because they found only the bones of pre-humans and some primitive cave drawings showing advanced humans and flying devices. This genetically advanced human breed lived together with us. They avoided contact with my kind because the Elohim teachers had warned them with misleading purpose that we are evil beings and that we lie to them. This is all extremely interesting. One thing that I like to think about as well is, let's say you were genetically engineering a species on a planet. All right? Bit of a thought experiment here. Obviously, if you can bounce around the universe, you would notice very quickly that there is an abundant amount of exoplanets, that there are probably billions of planets exactly like ours that are capable of sustaining simian life, or any type of life. It would be very strange to only do one of these experiments on one planet. If you have that type of technology, you would be doing this on potentially hundreds of thousands of planets at the same time. If you did this and created these little zoos where you can populate them with, different species from other planets, bring them here, bring that species, alter it genetically so that the carbon dioxide levels here don't destroy it and the radiation is just right and the gravity and everything else, and put them here. And you can start populating all these planets kind of like zoos, which, would make sense why we have octopus, because what a bizarre looking species. But we also have birds, and we also have, Venus flytraps and all these other strange things. The cool thing about all this is that, as mentioned, they came back every, 27,000 years or whatever to bring the ancestors, or they came back 7 times during 27,000 years with space travel. And that type of technology, if I didn't have a home planet, let's say I lived in my spaceship, okay? Time is definitely relative. The way that people experience time here is different than if I was living on a surface that had more gravity, right? Hypothetically. So if my ship could, like in Interstellar, park itself next to a black hole for several hours, I could then hop back, and although it was only several hours, it might have been thousands of years for the things on the planet. So this evolution can actually be achieved technically from the extraterrestrial standpoint, perhaps within days. Think about it. If they have no home planet, they can just dip beside a black hole and watch the evolution happen within days, which might also account for the fact that they don't really care about us. If you think of these abductions and
additional bylaws for combat. What now calls? My long for combat. Resolve to my life for hire. What now calls? Resolve to process. What now calls? For a duel. House. My long for combat. House. Resolve to class I serve. Resolve to my long for combat. Resolve to house. Resolve to class I serve. The class I serve. House. Honor guide me. What now calls? Honor guide me. For a dune, I long for combat. What now calls? My life fires.
They sort of manhandle our species without any regard and say it's for the greater good. They just don't care. They do the thing, they hop back, and then they come back and do the thing to your ancestors. Interesting to think about. Well, after some centuries, the aliens decided to extinct their first creation, and they accelerated the evolution of a second and better test series, and so on and so on. The truth is that your modern human civilization is not the first on this planet, Earth, but already the seventh. The buildings of the first breeds are lost, but the fifth civilization was the one which built with large triangular constructions you call Egyptian pyramids, today around 75,000 years ago. Your Egyptians just found that large ancient pyramids in the sand and tried, not very successful, to build similar constructions. And the sixth civilization was the one which built the cities which ruins you can find today beneath the sea in the so-called Bimini area around 16,000 years ago. The last creation of the seventh breed of your series was done just 8,500 years ago, and this is the only creation you can remember and to which your religious writings refer. You rely on archaeological and paleontological artifacts which show you a wrong and short past. But how should you know anything about the six civilizations before? And if you find evidence of their existence, you deny and misinterpret the facts. This is partly a programming of your mind and partly pure ignorance. I will tell you in the following only about your creations, because the six previous mankinds are lost, and therefore they should not concern you. Interesting, the idea with the Egyptians, and that's something I think that a lot of modern sort of more fringe archaeologists such as Graham Hancock and others have suggested, and Randall Carlson, that we might have only stumbled on ruins and built upon those ruins, and that's something that we know that we do already, so might account for the erosion on the Sphinx and so on and so forth. Interesting. Again, if a LARP, they're just borrowing from things that are kind of already being talked about. There was a large war between us and the Elohim, and also between certain groups of Elohim themselves, because many of them were the opinion that the again and again creation of human species on this planet makes no real sense. The last battles in this war were fought around 5,000 years ago in orbit and surface. The aliens used powerful sonic weapons to destroy our underground cities. But on the other hand, we were able to destroy many of their surface installations and bases in space. The humans of your series were very frightened when they observed our battles, and they wrote it down in the form of religious myths. Their mind was not able to understand what was really going on. The Elohim, who appeared as gods for the sixth and seventh breed, told them that this is a war between good and evil, and that they are good and that we are evil. The evil race. This depends certainly on the point of view. It was our planet before they arrived and before they started their evolution project with your kind. In my opinion, it was our right to fight for our planet. It was exactly 4,943 years ago, according to your timescale, that the Elohim left the planet again for unknown reasons. This is a very important date for us because many of our historians called it a victory. Fact is that we don't know what really happened. I mean, I am more and more on Lacerda's side. She's convincing me that, yeah, this is their planet. Like, that's wild. I gave this example last time. If my coffee started talking to me, I'd start believing it because it's just absolutely blowing my mind and giving me a new, perspective on reality. Much is the same. If, even now, but especially thousands of years ago, if something came down from the heavens, burning with this fire, this light that is unexplainable, and spoke in our minds and told us that it was good and the other things were evil, you will believe this. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Any one ancient conspiracy theorist would instantly be publicly executed for speaking against such gods. That's the truth. That is exactly what would happen. If you gave me a time machine and I popped back to, a few thousand years ago and had a flashlight with me and harnessed the power of the sun in my hand, I would be a demigod. So rest assured that the technology that is absolutely baffling to us intelligent species today, our technologically advanced species, that technology thousands of years ago would have just been absolutely paradigm shifting for anybody witnessing it. And you could get away with telling them anything. And telling them good and evil is just very simple. We're good, they're bad, chill out, we got this. And then they left. The Elohim were gone from one day to another. They vanished without a trace, together with their ships, and we found most of their surface installations destroyed by them. The humans were on their own, and your civilization developed. Many of us were in contact with certain, more southern tribes of your species in the coming centuries, and we were able to convince some of them we are not the evil the aliens wanted them to believe. During the time from 4,900 years ago to today, many other alien species arrived on the planet. Some of them used the old teaching and programming of your mind and played, again, God for you. But the Elohim themselves never came back. They had left the planet for a duration of some thousands of years, also earlier. So we expect their return one day in the future to end their project, or to maybe extinct also the seventh breed. But we don't really know what has happened to them. To answer this question of you in advance, could this be the famous 2027 date? Are the Elohim just a variant of the three-body problem that is going to come back here one day? Very interesting to think about. Your current civilization doesn't know anything about your real origin, about your real past, about your real world and universe, and you know very little about us and our past. And you know nothing about the things to come in the near future. As long as you will not understand and believe my words.
My life fire, guide me. She house. What now calls? What now calls? We saw two. She house. We saw two. Plus I serve. Warriors have engaged the enemy. What now calls? My life for hire. For Hadun. Kaukola. For Hadun. We saw two. She house. What now calls? What now calls? Yes, we saw two. Kaukola. Plus I serve. She house. What now calls? My life for engage the enemy. Honor guide me. We saw two. What now calls? I long for combat. What now calls? She house. What now calls? We saw two. I long for combat. My life for engage the enemy. I long for combat. What now calls? For Hadun. I long for combat. I long for combat. Warriors have engaged the enemy. I long my life for hire. What now calls? What now calls? I long for combat. She house. I long for combat. We saw two. I long for combat. Instructions. Transmitted. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. Initiating. Lock time. Fire needed. Receiving. Confirmed. Initiating.
I tell you the truth because we are not your enemy. As long as there is danger for your species. Your enemies are already here, and you have not understood. Open your eyes or you will be in big trouble soon. If you haven't believed anything of the things I've told you before, then you should really believe and remember this. Question. Why do you think I don't believe you? Answer. I have certain feeling that you don't believe me, despite the fact that I'm sitting here in front of you. Everything I've told you in the last 2 hours is the absolute truth about our world. I like how she says our world, because I don't think she means our world as in her and the reptilians, but as in us humans and them, the reptilians. That even though we were genetically engineered and put here, they're still willing to share this place with us. That's kind of cool. That's kind of benevolent. That's wild to think that the benevolent species are the underground, disgusting lizard-looking like people. And that the ones that look like us, that descend from the sky and that look like angels, are the evil ones. Very interesting turn of events here. It's crazy that, like, humanity is a psyop when you think about it. Everything. Even if this,
Reporting for duty.
Not enough minerals.
Reporting for duty. SCV good to
Not
go,
enough
sir.
minerals.
Reporting for duty. Yes, sir. Orders, Captain. Orders, Captain. Orders, Captain. Can I read you? Yes, sir. Orders, Captain. Yes, sir. Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty. Right away, sir. Orders, Captain. Roger that. Right away, sir. Yes, sir. Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty. Yes, sir. Orders, Captain. Reporting for duty. Reporting for duty. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Right away, sir. Job ready.
Not enough minerals.
Reporting for duty. SCV good to go, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Not
Right
enough
away, sir.
minerals.
Reporting for duty. away, sir. I read you. Reporting for duty. Yes, sir. SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain?
You want a piece of me, boy?
Orders, Captain?
Standing by.
Reporting for duty. Affirmative.
Not enough
Orders,
minerals.
Captain? Job's finished. Yes, sir. Orders received.
Standing
Job's
by.
finished.
Let's move.
Job's finished.
Standing by.
SCV good to go, sir. Right away, sir.
Give me something to shoot. Rock and roll.
Orders, Captain?
Not enough
Standing
minerals.
by.
Orders, Captain?
Standing by. Jacked up and good to go. Commander, let's move. Rock and roll.
SCV good to go, sir.
Jacked up and good to go. Outstanding. Give me something to shoot.
SCV good to go, sir. Yes, sir.
Give me something to shoot. Let's move. Outstanding. Rock and roll. Go, go, go. Rock and roll.
Report for duty. Orders received.
Standing by. Outstanding. Go, go, go. Give me something to shoot. Standing by. Commander. Outstanding. Commander.
Good to go, sir.
Standing by.
I read you. Yes, sir.
Give me something to
Report
shoot.
for duty.
Commander.
Your forces are
Jacked up
under
and good to
attack.
go. Go, go, go. Jacked up and good to go. Standing by.
Job finished. SCV good to go, sir.
Standing by.
Reporting for duty. Yes, sir.
Commander, rock and roll. Jacked up and good to go. Jacked up and good to go. Give me something to shoot. Let's move.
SCV good to go, sir. Job's finished. Yes, sir.
Commander,
Reporting for duty. Orders, Captain.
jacked up and good to go.
Job's finished. SCV good to go, sir. Yes, sir. Reporting for duty.
Standing by.
Orders, Captain. Orders received.
Add-on complete.
Job
Give me
finished.
something to shoot.
SCV good to go, sir. Job finished. Roger that. Right away, sir.
Give me something to shoot.
I read you. Orders, Captain. Orders received. Yes, sir. Job finished. Orders, job finished.
Give me something to
I read
shoot.
you. Orders, Captain.
Jacked up and good to go.
SCV good to go, sir. I read
Not
you.
enough minerals.
I read you.
Not enough minerals.
Identify target. Yes, sir.
Add-on
Yes,
complete.
sir.
Not enough minerals. Research complete.
SCV good to go, sir.
Add-on complete.
I read you. Yes, sir. Delighted to, sir.
Jacked up and good to go. Outstanding.
Job finished.
Destination.
Job finished. Orders, Captain.
Ready to roll
SCV
out.
good to go, sir. Reporting for duty. Job's finished. Job's finished.
Orders, sir. Moving. Identify target.
I read you. Right away, sir. SCV good to go, sir.
Bring it on.
Orders, Captain.
Not enough minerals.
Yeah. Yes, destination. Moving. Orders, sir. Yes, sir. Orders, sir.
Standing by.
Identify target.
Research complete.
Yes, sir. Identify target.
I read you.
Yes, sir. Destination. Identify target.
I read you.
Yes, sir.
Add-on complete.
Destination. Moving.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Orders, sir. Yes, sir. What do you want? No problem. Destination. Identify target. Orders, yes, sir. Proceed. Orders, sir. Identify target. Yes,
Job's finished. I can't build there.
Orders, sir.
Job's finished. Yes, sir. I read you. Yes, sir. I read you. Orders received.
Ready to roll out. Proceeding. Absolutely. Destination on your mind. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Orders, sir. Moving.
Job's finished.
Destination.
Job's finished.
Destination.
Add-on complete.
Yes, sir.
Destination. Destination. Yes, sir.
Research
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Delighted to, sir. Transmit orders. Identify target.
Your forces are under attack.
Orders, Captain. I can't build there. I read you.
Orders, sir.
Job's finished. Job's finished. SCP good to go, sir. Orders, Captain.
Yes, sir. Orders, sir. Destination. Identify target.
Orders, Captain.
Identify target.
I read you.
Destination.
Reporting for duty.
Add-on complete.
Greetings, Command. Destination. Orders, sir. Moving. Identify
Your forces
target.
are under
Yes, sir.
attack.
Delighted to, sir. Commencing. Receive. Yes, sir.
Your forces are under attack.
Orders, Captain.
Explorer
Reporting for
reporting.
duty there.
Yes, sir. Greetings, Command. Identify target. Something on your mind? Proceeding.
SCP good to go, sir.
Receiving headquarters.
Reporting for duty.
Your forces are
Orders,
under attack.
Captain. Job's finished. Reporting for duty. I can't build. I read you. Job's finished. Reporting for duty. Yes, sir.
Ready to roll
SCP
out.
good to go,
Ready
sir.
to roll out. Moving.
Reporting for duty. Yes, sir. SCP good to go, sir. Yes, sir.
Insufficient Vespine
I
gas.
read you.
Orders, sir. Transmit orders.
SCP good to go, sir. Job's finished. Orders, Captain. I can't build there. I read you. SCP good to go,
Upgrade
sir.
complete.
Yes,
Upgrade
sir.
SCP good to
complete.
go, sir. Job's finished. I can't build there. Yes, sir. Report out.
Add-on complete. Base assignment complete.
Delighted to, sir.
Let's roll.
Commencing. Proceeding.
Job's finished. SCP good to go, sir. Job's I read you. I can't build. Reporting for duty. Yes, sir. Job's finished. SCP good to go, sir.
Identify
Reporting
target.
for duty. Orders received.
Your forces are under
Yes,
attack.
sir. SCP good to go, sir. Reporting for duty. Orders received. Yes, sir. Orders, Captain. Job's finished.
Orders, sir.
SCP good to go, sir. Yes, sir. Job's finished. Affirmative.
Destination. Proceeding.
Job's finished. SCP good to go, sir. Orders, Captain. Job's finished. SCP good to go, sir. Report for duty. Job's
Orders,
report
sir.
for duty. SCP good to go, sir.
Anyone visual?
Report for duty. Job's finished. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Add-on
sir.
upgrade
Good to
complete.
go, sir.
Ready to roll out. Proceeding.
SCP good to go,
Identify
sir.
target.
Job's finished.
Orders, sir. Destination. Identify target. Destination.
SCP good to go,
Identify
sir.
target.
Add-on
Destination.
complete.
Proceeding.
I read you.
Add-on complete.
Destination.
Insufficient Vespine
Report for
gas.
duty. Yes, sir. Orders, Captain. I read you. Job's finished. Report for duty. Building. Orders, Captain. Report for duty. Right away, sir. Roger that. Orders received. Job's
Insufficient vesting gas.
Job finished.
Move it.
Orders, Captain?
Yes, sir. Transmit orders, sir. Ready to roll out. Receiving headquarters. Identify target. Proceeding. Move it.
I read you.
Orders, sir.
Quiet online.
Report for duty.
Reporting in.
Yes, sir.
Destination. Destination.
Job finished.
Identify target. Proceeding. Move it.
Job finished. Job
Ready to roll out.
Orders, Captain? Job finished. I read you. Job reported for duty. Yes, sir. Roger that. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Orders,
I
sir.
read you.
Identify target. Move it.
Rate the waiting launch order.
Job finished.
Orders, sir. Move it. Destination.
Sir.
Identify target. Yes, sir. Move it. Identify
finished. Job
target.
finished.
Delighted to, sir.
Job finished.
Orders, sir. Proceeding. Destination. Absolutely. Yes, sir. Delighted to, sir.
Job finished.
Research
Yes,
complete.
sir.
Upgrade complete.
Reporting in. Coordinates received.
Job finished. Job finished.
Don't keep me waiting.
Orders, Captain? I read you. Right away, sir. I read you. Orders, Captain? I can't build it. I read you in the way.
Eager to head.
Destination. Yes, sir. Destination.
Upgrade complete.
Yes, sir.
Upgrade complete.
Delighted to, sir. Orders,
Report for
sir.
duty. Job finished.
Is or isn't true. All the teachings and the history books and everything that we've ever read about us is all from one perspective. We rarely get the other side. And so it's very easy to manipulate our species. And if you think otherwise, then you are the person who is the easiest to manipulate. Question: how many alien species are active on Earth at the moment? Answer: as far as we know, 14 species, 11 from this universe, 2 from another bubble, and 1 very advanced from a very different plane. Don't ask me for names because nearly all are not pronounceable for you. 8 of them are not pronounceable even for us. Most of the species, especially the more advanced, are just studying you as animals, and they are not very dangerous for you and for us, and we work together with some of them. But 3 species are hostile, including the one which was in contact with some of your governments and exchanged their technology for copper and other important things, and which had betrayed your kind. There was and is a Cold War between 2 of these hostile races during the last 73 years, and the 3rd species seemed to be the quote-unquote winner in this useless struggle. We expect a hot war, a more hot war, between them and you in the near future. I would say within the next 10 or 20 years. Well, that time is thankfully expired, and we are not worried about that development. In the last time, there were some
life force is under attack. You've not enough minerals. You've not enough minerals. You've not enough minerals. You've not enough minerals. My life for hire. Honor guide me. You've not enough minerals. My life for hire. You've not enough minerals. What that calls for a dude. I long for combat. My life for enough minerals. My life for hire. Is all too. Thus I serve. Honor guide me for a dude. You've not enough house for a dude. Is all too. For a dude. She house. Go. Thus I serve. What now? battle calls. You've not enough here. What battle calls? Your warriors have engaged the enemy. I long for combat. For Harun, my life for hire. Honor guide me. What battle calls? For Harun. Go, your warriors have engaged the enemy. Thus I serve. I long for combat. I long for combat. House, go, thus I serve. I long for combat. House, I long for combat. For Hadun. What now calls? House, guide me. House, what now calls? I long for combat. House, what now calls? I long for combat. House. Thus I serve. You require more Vespine gas. I long for combat. I long for combat. We are under attack. What battle calls? We require more Vespine gas. What battle calls? What battle calls? We require more Vespine gas. We are under attack. I long for combat. I long for combat. I long for combat. Upgrade complete. What battle calls? My life for hire. Thus I serve. I long for combat. House attack. House. What now calls? You have not enough minerals. 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 Not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. My life for hire. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. I long for combat. My life for hire. House. House. My life for eyes. House. House. Modern cause. House. Modern cause. I long for combat. Modern cause. Honor guide me. Modern cause. Modern cause. Honor guide me. I long for combat. House. I long for combat. Isatu. Modern cause. Isatu. Thus I serve. Honor guide me. Engage the enemy. I long for combat. Thus I serve. House. I long for combat. House. Thus I serve. House. Not enough cause. Modern cause. House. Gas. Modern cause. Modern cause. My life for hire. Requirable Vespine gas. not enough minerals. What now calls? I long for combat. What now calls? My life for ire. Honor guide me. My life for ire. Honor guide me. What now calls? She house for Hadun. What now calls? Honor guide me. For Hadun. Honor guide me. What now calls? Isaac. I long for combat. I long for combat. I long for combat. What now calls for Hadun? Isaac. I long for combat. Engage the enemy. I long for combat. She house. What now calls? I long for combat. What now calls? What now calls? I long for combat. Isaac. She house. She house. I long for combat. She house. I long for combat. She house. You've not enough minerals. You've not enough minerals. She house. For Hadun. What now calls? What now calls? Thus I serve. I long for combat. What now calls? I long for combat. She house, honor guide me. It is a good day to die. I stand ready. May I be of service? You've not enough minerals. You've not enough minerals. I stand ready. Upgrade complete. Ready for battle. Excellent. I stand ready. Let us attack. What now calls? I stand ready. May I be of service? Join us.
Service. Ready for battle.
My life.
Let us attack. I thought you'd in my way. I stand ready.
Assad.
Excellent.
The warriors have engaged the enemy. Not enough minerals.
Let us attack. Let us attack.
My life for hire. My life for hire.
Oh, at last. Ready for battle. Let us attack.
You have not enough minerals.
Doridas.
You have not enough minerals. Ready for battle. Engage the enemy.
I stand ready.
My lives have engaged the enemy.
Ready for battle.
We are under attack. My life for hire. My life for hire. For Adun. Assad is Bihari. Isatu. Your blood.
I stand ready.
I long for combat.
Let us attack. Doridas. Let us attack. May I be of service? Let us attack. Excellent.
Your thoughts. Upgrade complete. Mortal calls. I long for combat.
I stand ready. Ready for battle.
Warriors engage the enemy.
Ready for battle. May I be of service?
Warriors have engaged the enemy. Upgrade complete. My life for hire. My life for hire. Requirement messages my life to die. The sounded glory. I long for combat. You think as I do. My life for hire. My life for hire. The sun is glory. What now call the sun is sorry.
May I be of service?
I heed thy call.
Let us attack. Excellent. I thought you'd in my way.
My life for hire. The sun is glory.
May I be of service? Ready for battle. I stand ready. Excellent. I stand ready. Let us attack.
Mortal calls.
Ready for battle.
Mortal calls. Upgrade complete.
May I be of service? Ready for battle. At last.
Steep thy bidding. I long for combat. Your thoughts. It shall be
May I be of
done.
service?
The sun is glory.
Ready for battle.
Upgrade complete. Require more Vespene gas. I heed thy call.
It is a good day to die.
The purging is complete. The sun is glory. I heed thy call. My life for hire. My life for hire. My life for hire. The purging is my life for hire. My life for hire. I long for combat. Thus I serve. Mortal calls. She house. Your warriors have engaged the enemy for Hadun. What now calls? Thus I serve. Isatu.
I stand ready. Excellent.
Isatu. For Hadun.
I stand ready.
Esquina. I'm waiting.
Let us attack.
Esquina. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
At last. Ready for battle.
Warriors have engaged the enemy.
May I be of service?
Your warriors have engaged the enemy. My life for hire. My life for hire. My life for hire.
Ready for battle. Ready for battle.
Upgrade complete. My life for hire. My life for hire. My life for hire.
Let us attack.
Decided hurry. The warriors have engaged the enemy.
I stand ready. I thought you said
I'm ready for combat.
I stand ready.
Warriors have engaged the enemy. Thus I serve. Honor guide me. Thus I serve. Complete. Go, Kora. For Hadun.
May I be of service? Excellent.
Isatu. My life for hire.
May I be of service?
Thus I serve.
Excellent. I thought you said my way.
My life for hire. Isatu. Research complete. My life for hire. My life for hire. It's all decided. Guide me. I'm under attack. My life for upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. My life for hire. It's all my life for hire. My life for hire. Your thoughts.
May I be of service? We are under attack. At last.
You've not enough minerals. 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 construct additional pylons. I will construct additional pylons. I long for combat. House, the battle calls. Honor guide me. I long for combat. House, the battle calls. I long for combat. Attack the battle calls. I long for combat. What battle calls? Honor guide me. Hadun. We are under attack. Honor guide me. Hadun. I long for combat. Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Let us attack. May I be of service? Ready for battle. I stand ready. It is a good day to die. Ready for battle. Don't join us. Ah, at last.
Engage the enemy.
May I be of service?
My life for hire.
Let us attack. May I be of service? Adon Toridas. I stand ready. It is a good day to die.
Warriors have engaged the enemy.
Ready for battle.
My life for Your warriors have engaged the enemy. You must construct additional pylons. You must construct additional pylons. My life for additional pylons. She houses additional pylons.
It is a good day to die. I stand ready.
Additional pylons.
Ah, at last.
You must construct additional pylons. You must construct additional pylons.
Let us attack. Ah, at last.
You must construct additional pylons.
Let us attack.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. House.
Let us attack. Ready for battle. Let us attack. May I be of service? I thought you'd sit my way. It is a good day to die.
My life for hire.
Let us attack. I stand
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
ready for battle. May I be of service? Adon Toridas.
My life for hire.
May I be of service? Adon Toridas.
My life for hire.
Let us attack. Excellent. May I be of service?
Life for hire.
Excellent.
My life for hire. My life for hire.
I stand
Life for hire. Life for hire.
May I be of service?
Hire.
I thought you'd sit my way. May I be of service?
enough minerals. You've not 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 enough minerals. My life fire. House. You've not enough minerals. You've not enough minerals. What now, claws? My life fire is all too. What now, claws? What now, claws? What now, claws? My life fire. You've not enough minerals. Honor guide me. Is all too. Thus I serve. For a moon. Thus I serve. I long for combat. Warriors have engaged the enemy cause. For a duel. My life for hire. My life for hire. The warriors have engaged the enemy for combat. What now cause? I long for combat. Thus I serve. Is all too. The warriors have engaged the enemy. I long for combat. For a duel. What now cause? I long for combat. Thus I serve. The warriors have engaged the enemy. Is all too. Thus I serve. Honor guide me. Is all too. Honor guide me. I long for combat. Is all not enough minerals. You've not enough minerals. Instructions. Transmitting awaiting instructions.
Rumors about a new 15th species which had arrived on Earth just 3 or 4 years ago, but we don't know anything about their intentions, and we were not in contact with them until now. Maybe the rumors are wrong. Okay. I mean, them saying there's only 14 is interesting because I think Greer mentioned recently there were 69. Dr. Stephen Greer mentioned there were 69, which I think is... I mean, do they speak 420 languages also? But then also, I think the former defense minister, Paul Hellyer of Canada, also mentioned over 60 species. And so where are they getting those numbers from? I don't know. Not from Lacerda. Question, what do the hostile alien races want? Answer, various raw materials, including copper for their technology, your water, or better, the hydrogen in your water, which is a source of energy for advanced fusion processes, and certain chemical elements in your air. That's interesting, because that now is something that I buy. When we talk about fusion earlier, I had a lot of comments from physicists saying that you can't get iridium from that type of fusion. It's just not possible. The hydrogen in the water makes a lot of sense, because hydrogen, if you can harness that energy, then you potentially could have like a limitless amount of energy with our oceans, and this could be a giant gas station, intergalactically. Furthermore, 2 of your species are also interested in your body, in your human tissue and blood, because their own genetic structure is defective through bad evolution and radiation, as far as we know. And they need intact strings from your kind and from animals to repair their own genetic again and again, but they are not really able to repair the defects completely because their DNA and your DNA is not fully compatible. My own species is absolutely incompatible with them, so they are not very interested in us, and they try to make more compatible crossbreeds between you and them by use of an artificial fertilizations and artificial wombs. We suppose that the coming war between 3 races, or between you and one or all of them, will be fought for raw material, hydrogen, air, and DNA. Hybridization is very interesting to me, and all of these theories have been voiced by a lot of people looking into the abductions and hybridization programs that have allegedly been going on. Question, is there a reason for the abductions? Answer, partly, especially when the aliens took egg and sperm samples from you. Sometimes the abductors belong to another and more advanced race, and they just want to study your body and your mind, which is more interesting for some of them than your solid body, as you would study a primitive animal. As I've said, 3 alien species are hostile, and this means they do not care for your fate or for your life, and people who were abducted by them came very rarely back alive. If someone is able to report about an abduction, it means, in my opinion, that he or she has not met one of the aggressive species, and that he or she is a very, very lucky human to be alive. Advanced and friendly races also took sometimes eggs and sperm samples, but for other reasons. Yeah, I suppose if you were abducted and never returned, we just wouldn't hear about the abduction, right? Question, you've said that there are only 14 species active on Earth, but why describe people who saw alien beings, so many different and bizarre types of them? Yes, thank you. Great question. Love this question. Answer. I think I've already answered this question, and as I've said, most of the alien races have much more advanced mind abilities than you or me even. There's just one alien race completely without such abilities. They're able to appear in your mind and memory as whatever they want, and this induced image has nothing to do with their real appearance. You remember them as normal humans or gray dwarfs or even extremely bizarre animals because they want you to remember that, or sometimes they want you to completely forget anything about meeting with them. Another example You can, for example, remember that you were just in a normal of your human hospitals and that some doctors were examining you, and you think not further about what has happened to you. Maybe until you discover that there is no hospital in the street where you supposed it. But in fact, you were examined by them in one of their laboratories. You can't rely on your mind in this case. They appear in different shapes to you to confuse you and to make so-called abduction witnesses who were able to remember the events, or who believe they are able to remember. Ridiculous in the public, and as far as we know, they are successful. Okay. Saying, something along the lines of making us seem crazy, and that's part of like their psyop, I guess. Also, there's that scene in Jupiter Rising. I don't know, Channing Tatum, Mila Kunis. She goes to get this procedure done in a hospital. It turns out it's all these aliens acting as doctors. Believe me, there are only 14 alien species on this planet, and only 8 of them abduct humans at the moment, as far as we know. In addition, not every one of your abductees is one, and some of the aliens in their reports are really just imagination or lies. Okay, I mean, that goes to that saying. Answer. Oh, I think they got these backwards. Question. How can we protect us against this influence on our mind? Answer. I don't know. I doubt you can. Because your mind is like an open book to read and write for nearly every species I know. This is partly the guilty of the Elohim themselves, because they had constructed, or better, misconstructed, partly intentionally, your mind and your consciousness without real protection mechanisms. If you are aware that someone tries to manipulate your mind, you can only concentrate on that suspicion and try to analyze every of your thoughts and memories. Very important. Don't close your eyes. This would lead to different form of brainwaves which are more easy to access. And don't sit or lay down to rest. If you stay awake during first minutes, you can try maybe to filter the other thoughts and waves in your brain, and the inducer will give up after some minutes if he or she is not successful, because it will start to hurt his or her own brain. This is a very difficult and certainly painful, and it can harm you. So better don't try to resist, but it would be the only possibility you have. However, you can try this only with more weaker species, not with the strong ones. All right, so they're saying tinfoil hats won't work, is apparently what we've agreed upon, counter to popular belief. Question. What do you mean with one species comes from a very different plane? Answer. Before I can explain that correctly to you, you must be able to understand the universe, and this would mean maybe a useless teaching of your mind, including the remove of some barriers. Of many weeks, and with teaching, I not only teaching by words. I have said this with your word plane or level, because you have, again, no better word in your vocabulary, and dimension would be, in this case, absolutely wrong. It's rather wrong even for another bubble, because a dimension can't exist without planes. If you would be a species living in another or over the plane, and if you would be furthermore able to enter planes without technology so that your body is not made of that kind of matter, then you would be the mightiest being you can imagine. This very advanced race I've mentioned had developed outside of here, and they've evolved, in fact, over billions of years. They would be able to destroy all of you and all of us and everything with just a single thought. We were in contact with them only 3 times in our whole history. Because their interest in your planet is different from that of all other races, they are definitely no danger for you or us. Whoa. So those are like gods. These beings are like, planewalkers. Very cool. Question, what will happen when the war begins? Answer, this is difficult to answer. Depends on the enemy race and on their tactics. War is not always that primitive thing you humans mean with the word. War can be fought on various levels. One possibility they have is the destruction of your social system by influence on political leaders. Another is the use of advanced weapon systems which can cause earthquakes or volcanic eruptions or other disasters, including weather disasters, which may seem natural to you. The special fields from copper fusion, I've mentioned earlier, are able to have an influence on your global weather. I think they will not attack the planet directly before the human civilization is weak. Because even if you have possibilities to destroy their craft, but not many, let me say, We are not absolutely sure if there will be really such a hot war already in the next years. I don't want to talk further about this. And there's a reason why I posted the interview I did with Hakeem Isler last week. Him being a PSYOP expert, he said something that really sort of resonated with me. If, you want to win a war, the mightiest weapon isn't artillery, isn't munition or guns or bombs. It's influencing the people to pull the trigger or to retreat. That is way stronger. If you think of a false flag attack on your own country, for example, which was done in the Second World War, by the way, you attack your own country, blame the enemy. This increases the amount of patriotism. It increases the amount of enlisting into the army, which alters the mind of the people who, are fighting. Question. This is the end of the interview. Do you want to say a last sentence or message? Answer. Open your eyes and see. Don't believe only in your wrong history or your scientists or your politicians. Some of them know the truth about various things, but they don't inform the public to avoid confusion and panic. I think your species is not as bad as some of my kind think, and it would be a pity to observe your end. That's everything I can say. Go through your world with open eyes and you will see, or maybe not, your kind is ignorant. Question, do you think anyone will believe that this interview is the truth? Answer, no. But it is an interesting experiment for my social studies. We will meet again in some months, and you will tell me then what have happened after the publication of my message. Maybe there is hope from your kind. And that is the end of Lacertophile number 1. Lot to chew on. I actually appreciated this read-through much more than the first one, I think. It's funny because in the first one we went from really feeling as though Lacerta and her kind was resentful towards us being almost like mommy's little favorite child. And they're kind of like, you don't get it. I was here before you. You're just like the newborn. And now it's shifted to more of like, she's demonstrated tolerance for us in our ignorance and shown patience even though we seem to be so wrongfully guided. And she's actually trying to alert us about the alarming nature of reality and the all sorts of potentially dangerous interactions that are happening on this planet with the various species, kind of like forewarning us about that. So very interesting. Am I closer to believing it than I was? I would say so. I would say I'm closer to believing it. That doesn't, it doesn't mean I believe it, but this definitely, in terms of the reptilian scale, pun intended, moves the needle in the direction of belief a little bit more. Because again, when you look at things like this, you really have to ponder if this is a psyop, right? If this isn't just simply a LARP, like for someone's creative expression, if this has a purpose, and if it reaches the masses, you might be able to sway public opinion using something like this, creating a fantastic story about reptilians that live underground. Might make you believe that this is complete BS. But by doing so, you inherently also attach the idea of there being some type of subterranean civilization. So the next time someone brings up underground cave systems and tunnels with beings, you might think to say, oh, like the lizard people, make fun of it and completely ignore it. So in terms of a psyop, throwing in factual things into a story like this will undoubtedly make you also throw the baby out with the bathwater. So go into something like this knowing that, because I think it's healthy. Not to say that all of this is true, but to say that perhaps some of this might be where they hide the truth. Folks, I want to thank you guys for tuning in once again. I would love to know if you guys want me to read through part 2, so the second Lacerda file where they met in April. If this reaches its intended audience, then I will do so. If not, we will move on to something else. You guys have been very vocal on the first one. If that is still the case, let me know in the comments. Share this video with your friends. Do all that great stuff. Head on over to area52.shop and check out our brand new playing cards, as well as some other goodies that we got prepared for you. Join the Discord where it's free and we can have these conversations. Check out the internship, folks. And we'll see you on the next video. Peace and love.
Our forces are under attack. 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 Forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Require more rescue gas. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Spawn. Our forces are under attack. 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 forces are under attack. Our 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 forces are under attack. Evolution complete. Evolution complete. forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Forces are under attack.
Who's this anonymous gentleman from Sweden. So we're going to read through his introduction prior to getting into the Q&A. Introduction. I once again reaffirm that the following text is the absolute truth and is not fiction. It was composed from 3 original tape recordings which were made on April 24, 2000 with a tape recorder during my second interview with a reptilian creature known as Lacerda. At Lacerda's request, the original text of 31 pages was shortened up to deal with some questions and answers. Some existing questions were partially shortened or amended. It was even undertaken to extract message and significance from it. This part of the interview, either not mentioned or not mentioned completely in the transcript, deals primarily with personal issues, paranormal demonstrations, the social system of the reptilian species, and alien technology and physics. Folks, this is going to get really interesting, I think. Also, note that this was translated, I believe, from Swedish, so there will be some grammatical corrections that would have to be made, but I'm going to read it sort of verbatim as is, as it was printed. Forgive me if you were just an audio listener, by the way. You're going to have to just wade through, some of these errors with me. The reason for the shifting of the date and time of the second meeting was a possible observation and surveillance of my own person after the publication of the first transcript. Although everything was attempted on the advice of Lacerda to keep my identity a secret, just 2 days after the dissemination of the document abroad, various unusual events took place. Please don't think that I am paranoid. However, I believe that the publication of the interview has drawn either official attention or the attention of some organization to me. Up until this time, I usually regarded people who believed that they were being followed by the state to be nothing more than jokers. But now I have begun to revise my ideas on that since events in January. It began with a failure of my telephone for several hours. When the phone became operational once again, there were quiet echoes and strange clicking and whirring sounds when I made calls. A defect could, ostensibly, not be found anywhere. Overnight, important data disappeared from the hard drive in my computer. The testing program reported defective sectors where, strangely enough, there were only data which dealt with illustrations and completed textual material from the interview. These defective sectors also contained material of a paranormal nature in the field of my research. Fortunately, the material was also stored on floppies. In addition, I discovered, by pure chance, some hidden data in a likewise hidden directory index. The name which appeared on the data and the directory index was E72UJ. Okay? So this guy's, running into what he thinks is probably interference on the government's behalf, or just, some other people trying to keep tabs on him. Interesting that he's like, I backed it up on a floppy. 2000 doesn't seem that far back, but we've come quite a long way in terms of technology. A friend who is a computer expert could not make anything of this designation, and when I was about to show it to him, the directory index had disappeared. One evening, my apartment door was standing wide open. My TV set was running, and I am absolutely confident that I had turned the TV set off. Okay. Says he's not paranoid. Sounds paranoid. Is it justified? Maybe. A minivan with British markings and the imprint of a Europe-wide supermarket chain parked in front of my house. I noticed the same minivan again on several occasions, traveling at a distance behind my car, even when I visited the town of blank, 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 65 kilometers away. When I returned, the car was on the other side of the street once again. I never saw anyone get into or out of the car. A knock on the door of the vehicle and on the tinted windows caused no reactions of any kind. After about 2 weeks, the minivan disappeared again. When I informed EF being the other person involved in this dissemination of information, personally about these events, he suggested that I change place and date of the meeting in order to assure our own and Lacerda's safety. The meeting took place on April 27, 2000 in another isolated location. It was unobserved as far as I can determine. Once again, all of this may sound strange and paranoid, like a fantasy from a cheap science fiction film. However, I can only repeat to and assure the reader once again, all of this is the unadulterated truth. Believe my words or don't believe them. These things have happened, and they will continue to happen, whether you believe it or not, until it is too late. Our civilization is in danger. Ola K, May 3rd, 2000. Wow. All right. This character here, again, assures us that this is true. Exactly what you would do if you were making something up, but we're going to believe it just for now and see what happens. This is the shortened version of the transcript of the interview, dated April 27th, 2000. Here's a comment by Ola K before we get started. The meeting began with an appraisal of diverse questions and opinions which I had gotten from the readers of the first transcript in anonymous fashion through distribution from my trustworthy friends. Some of these opinions, altogether, there were over 14 pages of paper, contained comments shaped by everything from a radically religious to a fanatical tendency to welcome contact with the reptilian species. Some of these comments contained stereotypical phrases like servants of hell or species of the evil one. I don't want to get into any kind of detailed description here since I don't want to pass on further any false and radical realm of thought. Okay, so he kind of ignored those questions, I would assume. And here we go. Strap yourselves in. It's going to get weird. Question. When you read these religious and anonymously written comments here, what do you think and feel then? Is the relationship between your species and ours really shaped from that kind of total negation? Answer. Does it amaze you that I am not completely angered by that? I had fully expected those kinds of extreme reactions. The programming for the utter negation of another species, especially the reptilian species, as in your own case, is deeply embedded in each of your own individual consciousnesses. This ancient conditioning stems from the days of your third artificial creation, and, biologically speaking, is passed down as an information genome from generation to generation. The identification of my species with the powers of darkness was a primary intention of the Elohim, who liked seeing themselves in the role of the powers of light, something which in and of itself represents a paradox, since that humanoid species was extremely sensitive to your sunlight. In case you were expecting me to act offended, I guess I'll have to partially disappoint you. That's an interesting way to get started here. So, Lacerda taking the high road on this conversation does not seem to be offended or negatively affected by the comments sort of negating her existence. And she said that this is like pretty much what the Elohim had in place. So these beings, these humanoid beings who are like allergic to the sun, ironically, also tell humans that they come from light, and that the reptilians are the evil ones. It's really interesting because it's also, who do you believe in this scenario? They're both, in my opinion, suspicious. These obscure intentions are not really your fault. You are simply following, for the most part, what you have inherited from your ancestors. It is indeed actually somewhat disappointing that many of you develop no especially strong individual self-conscience, for this would help you to overcome the conditioning. As I already said, we were in direct contact in the last several centuries with some of your more primitive human tribes. These tribes had themselves succeeded in breaking through the old creation programming. They were able to meet us without tension, hate, and total rejection. Apparently, many of your modern civilized individuals are not in a position to think on their own, but rather let themselves be guided by programming and religion, which is also a manifestation of the ancient programming and part and parcel of the plan of the Elohim. Therefore, comments of that kind I'd sooner regard as amusing than irritating. They simply confirm in large measure for me my suppositions about your defined mode of thinking. All right, this whole condescension with Lacerda and the reptilian species is nothing new. We are thick-skinned. We have developed quite a shield when it comes to this stuff. I now take no more offense from this lizard. But she is saying that we are pretty much all sheep. And you know what? I mean, who among us is going to be like, we're not sheep? Of course, we know we're sheep. That's the craziest part of it. Like, we know even now more than yesterday have our screens in our faces. There's a comedian that said this who's like, we're at a point in civilization where we're trying to figure out how many screens we can put between us and the wall with like a TV, a laptop, a tablet, a phone, a watch, and then just augmented reality on the glasses. Just how many of these screens can we obey? I don't think any of us will refute such an accusation. Question: therefore, you are not the species of the evil one, as was remarked earlier? Answer: how am I supposed to answer that? Your people still think according to a simple and completely inappropriate scheme of generalizations. Simply put, there are absolutely no purely evil species. There exists in every terrestrial and extraterrestrial species alike both good and evil individuals. It's even true of your own people, but there is no such thing as an absolutely evil species. This conception is really very primitive. You people have believed from time immemorial what you are supposed to believe, what was foreseen for you to believe by your creators. That's a really interesting point, and, chalk one up for Lacerda on this one, because I do believe that is accurate. We are often a little...
Report for duty. I read you. I read you. Orders, Captain. I read you. Report for
Not
duty.
enough minerals.
Yes, sir. Report for duty. Orders, Captain. Orders, Captain. Yes, sir. SCV good to go, sir. Orders, Captain. Orders received. Affirmative. Roger that. Yes, sir. Orders, Captain. Yes, sir. I read you. I read you. Orders, Captain. Report for duty. I read you. I read you. SCV good to go, sir. Yes, sir. Orders received.
Not enough
Captain,
minerals.
orders, Captain. Right away, sir. Yes, sir. Report for duty. Yes, sir. Report for duty. Yes, sir. Roger that. SCV good to go, sir. Reporting for duty. Orders, Captain. Orders, Captain. Orders, Captain. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Job finished. I read you. Roger that. Yes, sir. SCV good to go, sir. Job
You want a
finished.
piece of me, boy?
Orders, Captain.
Give me something to shoot.
Reporting for duty. Orders, Captain. Roger that. Orders, Captain.
Give me something to
I
shoot.
read you. Job finished. Job finished.
You want a piece of me, boy? Standing by. Jacked up and
Your
good to
forces
go.
are under attack. Not enough
Standing
minerals.
by. Outstanding.
I read you.
Not enough minerals.
Good to go, sir.
Let's move.
I read you. Right away, sir.
Give me something to shoot. Rock and roll. Outstanding. Jacked up and good to go. Commander. Give me something to shoot. Let's move.
I read you.
Jacked up and good
Report
to
for
go.
duty.
Let's move. Standing by.
Orders, Captain.
Not
I read
enough
you.
minerals.
Commander.
Orders, Captain.
Not
You
enough
want a piece of
minerals.
me, boy? Standing by. Give me something to shoot. Give me something to shoot.
SCV good to go, sir.
Good to go.
Additional supply depots
Orders,
required.
Captain.
Standing
Additional
by.
supply depots required.
Jacked up and good to go. Standing by.
Additional supply
Standing by.
depots
You want a
required.
piece of me, boy?
Job finished. Reporting for duty.
Jacked up and good to go. Outstanding. Jacked up and good to
I
go.
read you.
Give me something to shoot. Let's move. Give me something to shoot. Rock and roll. Go, go, go. Outstanding. Rock and roll. Standing by.
Reporting for duty.
Jacked up and
Your
good to
forces
go.
are under
Rock
attack.
and roll. Commander. Standing by. Rock and roll. Jacked up and good to go. Let's move. Go, go, go.
Orders,
Jacked
Captain.
up and good to go.
I
Standing
read
by.
you.
Give me something to shoot. Rock and roll. Standing by. Let's move.
SCV good to
Standing
go,
by.
sir.
You want a piece of me, boy?
I read you.
Commander. Go, go, go. Let's move. Standing by. Outstanding. Standing by.
SCV good to go, sir.
Give me something to shoot. Rock and roll.
Reporting for
Did
duty.
someone page me?
Orders, Captain. Job
Your
finished.
forces are under attack.
Commander.
I read you.
Standing by.
Affirmative.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Not enough minerals.
Jacked up and good to go. Jacked up and good to go.
Your
Standing by.
forces are
Need
under
medical
attack.
attention? State the nature of your
Piece
medical
of me,
emergency.
boy.
Where
Jacked
does
up
it
and good to
hurt?
go.
State the nature of your medical emergency.
Outstanding.
Yes, sir. Reporting for duty.
Jacked up and good to
I
go.
read you.
Did someone page me?
Standing by.
State the
Your
nature of
forces
your
are
medical
under
emergency.
Give me
attack.
something to shoot.
Need medical
Standing
attention?
by. Let's
Need
move.
medical attention?
Yes, sir.
Give me something to shoot. Let's move.
I read you.
Your forces are
Job
under
finished.
attack.
Reporting for duty.
Not enough
Need
minerals.
medical attention?
Standing by.
Did
Jacked up
someone
and good to
page
go.
me?
Give me something to
Yes, sir.
shoot.
I can't build there.
Commander.
Where does it hurt?
SCV good to go, sir.
Standing by.
Need medical
Go,
attention?
go, go.
Did someone
You want a
page
piece of
me?
me, boy?
State the nature of your medical emergency.
Research complete. Not enough minerals.
Standing
Did
by.
someone page me?
Give me something to shoot.
Job finished. Orders, Captain.
Give me something to
Where does
shoot.
it hurt?
Jacked up and
Not
good to
enough
go.
Need
minerals.
medical attention?
SCV good to go, sir.
Commander, rock and roll. Go, go, go.
Need medical
Commander,
attention?
jacked up and
Need
good to
medical
go.
attention?
Give me something to shoot.
State the
Let's
nature
move.
of your medical
Give me
emergency.
something to shoot.
Did someone page me?
Outstanding. Go,
Did
go,
someone
go.
page me?
Jacked up and good to go. Let's move.
Job's finished. Yes, sir. Roger that.
Checked up and good to go. Commander,
State the nature of your medical emergency. Did someone page me?
Reporting for duty. Roger that. Job's
Give me
finished.
some of
Yes,
this
sir.
shit.
I can't
give
feel
me
this.
some of this shoot.
Did someone page me? Where does it hurt? State the nature of your medical emergency. Need medical attention?
Add-ons
State the
complete.
nature of your medical emergency.
Your forces are under attack.
Did someone page me?
I read you. Ready to run now.
Did someone page me?
Job's finished.
Orders, sir.
SCV good to go, sir.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Orders, Captain? I can't build there.
Give me
Did
some
someone
of this
page
shoot.
me?
Give me some of this shoot.
Research
State the
complete.
nature of your medical emergency.
Target.
State the nature of your medical emergency.
Orders, Captain?
Piece of me,
Did someone
boy.
page me?
Reporting for duty.
Commander,
State the nature of your medical emergency.
standing by. Commander,
Ready to go, sir.
piece of me,
Add-on complete.
you want a piece of me, boy? Give me some of this shoot.
State the nature of your medical emergency.
Checked up and good to go. Commander,
State the nature of your medical emergency.
checked up and good to go.
Where does it hurt?
Checked up and good to
Add-on
go.
complete.
Orders, Captain?
Give me some of this shoot.
Job's finished.
Standing
SCV
by.
good to go, sir.
You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You have not enough minerals. You must construct additional items. I long for combat. I long for combat. For Handoon. You have not enough minerals. Land calls. Land calls under attack. I long for combat. Honor guide me. Construct additional islands. She house. Us I serve. She house. I long for combat. You must construct additional pylons. I long for additional pylons. He saw too. She house. He saw too. Go, Gola. I long for combat. He saw too. She house. Your warriors have engaged us. My life for ire. I long for combat. I long for combat. Thus I serve. I long for combat. She house for Handoon. My life for engaged. My life for ire. She house. What now calls? She house. Your warriors have engaged. She house. I long for combat. What now calls? Honor guide me. She house. I long for combat. My life for honor. I long for combat. Thus I serve. What now calls? It's all what now calls? It's all under attack. She house. What now calls? What now calls? Not enough. I long for combat. He saw too. My life for ire. He saw too. For Handoon. Your warriors have engaged the enemy. For Handoon. Honor guide me. She house. What now calls? Thus I serve. He saw too. Go, Gola. I long for combat. What now calls? I long for combat. He saw too. What now calls? I long for combat. He saw too. What now calls? Go, Gola. I long for combat. Honor guide me. I long for combat. He saw too. Thus I serve. What now calls? He saw too. Go, Gola. Thus I serve. Engage the enemy. I long for combat. What now calls? She house. What now calls? I long for combat. Honor guide me. She house. My life for ire. She house. House, honor guide me for Hadun. Warriors I long for combat. Thus I serve. We saw two Broodwars. But now calls. House, honor guide me. House. I long for combat. House. Upgrade complete. I long for combat. I long for combat. I long for combat. Steve guide me. Research complete. What now calls? My life for hire. I long for combat. The warriors have engaged the enemy. Your thoughts. Your thoughts. Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete. Thank you, sir. Warriors have engaged the enemy. My life for upgrade complete. Thus I serve. I stand ready. Transmit. The warriors have engaged the enemy's forces. You require more Vespine gas. The warriors have engaged the enemy. Let us attack. At last. I stand ready. The warriors have engaged the enemy.
I stand ready. I thought ships in my way.
Engage the enemy.
Let us attack.
Warriors have engaged the enemy.
Let us attack.
You've not enough minerals. I call. You've not enough minerals. We have not enough minerals.
Let us attack. I thought ships in my way. May I be of service? At last. I stand ready.
We are under attack.
Ships in my way. At last. I stand ready.
Upgrade complete.
May I be of service? Let us attack. Ready for battle.
My life for hire. Decided in hurry.
Delusional in thinking that, if we visited a planet, that they would all look the same, dress the same, and obey the same God and have all the same morals and principles. But unless they were a hive mind, that wouldn't be the case. You would have internal conflict and civil war, perhaps, or just varying different opinions. But again, I do think that if a civilization developed the use of telepathy instead of spoken language, individuality would cease to exist, and you would probably see a lot more assimilation, a lot less of this confliction, that humans face. And so Lacerda saying that this is very primitive for you guys to think that every species, shares one sort of objective view of reality, I don't think that it's that primitive. I think that probably out there in the universe, there are some extraterrestrials that, because of their immense capacity of telepathy, you just can't hide anything from anyone. And so you kind of have to become one, I would assume, right? Every well-known species, even the more highly developed ones, consist of a great number of individual consciousnesses. At least a portion of the consciousness is individual, even though there are connecting fields of consciousnesses. Whoa, okay, so never mind. She just completely destroyed my theory. She says that both can exist simultaneously. Well, that's interesting. These self-sufficient spirits are able to decide freely for themselves a lifestyle which is either good or evil, according to your own human standards. It depends again on the respective point of view. Your people are not necessarily in a position to judge whether the deeds of a much more highly developed species are good or evil, because you stand at a lower observation point from which an assessment is not possible. Your simple words, good and evil, are in any case examples of a tendency towards generalization. In my language, there are many concepts for the various shades of the meaning of individual behaviors in comparison to the norm of a society. Great point. Yeah, good and evil definitely does sort of fit it into a neat little box. Black, white, good, evil, up, down, this binary view of everything. I definitely see how that can inhibit nuance, from existing. Even those extraterrestrial species which are inclined to act with antagonism towards you are not species of the evil one. Even though they operate negatively with respect to your own race, they do this for their own reasons and do not regard themselves as evil. Were your structured way of thinking more linear and more focused as theirs is, then you would also behave in such a fashion. The attitude of a species towards other kinds of existence naturally depends very heavily on its respective structured way of thinking. Each species sets its own priorities. To classify that as good or evil is really quite primitive, for the survival of any species argues for many varieties, among them your own, as well for even the most varied of the worst or negatively directed deeds. I won't even exclude my own kind in this regard, for there have been certain occurrences in the past which I don't personally welcome, but about which I would also not like to go into detail. None of these occurrences have happened in the last 200 years of your timescale, but please note the following. There are no absolutely good and there are no absolutely bad species, because each and every species always consists of individuals. Okay, point made. She did refer to, some type of event that took place 200 years ago, which is interesting. Also, I get the feeling, and this might just be me, but let me know if you also have a similar sense, but this is written more eloquently than the last one. And I don't know, this is actually, I should have mentioned that before, this is translated by a different person. And that could be why. So that explains why this one's a little easier to read than the past, Lacerda parts. Question. In the letters that I got, there was often the question whether you could go into any greater detail regarding the advanced physics that you commented on last time. Many people said your words made no sense. For example, how do UFOs function? How do they fly? How do they perform the maneuvers they do? Great question. Because I also felt like in the comments there were a lot of people that were like, no, nothing you're saying adds up. And there are a lot of smart people who watch these videos, so I'm glad that you guys are paying attention. The answer is a long one. All right. Answer. I ought to explain that to people? That's not all that simple. Let me think about it for a minute. I always have to use very simple words in order to make clear to you the basic principles of a higher kind of science. Let's try this. You have to be clear about some fundamental facts. The very first thing is that you must divide up the conception of the physical world because each existence consists of different layers. Let's say, for simplicity's sake, that it consists of a material illusion and a sphere of influence. Translator's note here. No legitimate translation exists for this word, Feldraum. Feld means field and Raum means space or room or expanse. Therefore, I'm translating it as sphere of influence. Okay, Weltraum, sphere of influence. Certain physical conditions are associated only with the realm of the material, as in the concrete, while other and more complicated conditions are associated only with the sphere of influence of our material world. Your conception of the physical world is based upon a simple material illusion. That illusion is further subdivided into 3 elementary or basic conditions of matter. A fourth and very important condition also exists, which you simply pay attention to more or less as you choose. It is the one bordering on the sphere of influence or plasma realm. For you, the theory for a controlled transformation or an elevation of the frequency of matter and the stable existence of this fourth aggregate condition of matter is not very common, or it exists at a very primitive level. As an aside, there are simply 5 states of matter, but the post-plasma state would really be going too far and it would only serve to confuse you. Besides, it is not necessary for an understanding of the basic theory. It is connected with diverse phenomena which you would characterize as paranormal. Okay, we're talking ghosts here, plasma ghosts. Now, back to the essentials. Plasma. Now, with plasma, I don't just mean hot gas, as the concept is generally simplified by your people, but rather I mean a higher aggregate condition of matter. The plasma state of matter is a special form of matter which lies between its real existence and the sphere of influence. That is, a complete loss of mass and pure accretion of energy of various form whenever matter is, quote-unquote, pushed or shoved. Editor's note, no explanation was given for the word push or shoved. As used in the context, your guess is as good as mine. The fourth state of matter is very important for certain physical conditions, which can be used, for example, to, how should I express this to you, generate anti-gravity. That's a rather strange human word and not really correct, but you ought to understand it better this way. Essentially, in the world of real physics, there are no bipolar forces, but rather only observer-dependent reflective behavior of a single, large, unified force at different levels. What are we talking about? The quantum field here, the quantum vacuum? With anti-gravity, or the displacement of gravitational characteristics into levels, one can, for example, cause apparently solid matter to levitate. This method is employed partly by us and by extraterrestrials, as well as a means of propulsion for their UFOs. You people are moving on a really primitive level towards a similar principle of your secret military projects. But since you have more or less stolen this technology, and it was later falsely passed on to you, intentionally by extraterrestrials, you lack the real physical understanding. As a result, you have to struggle with problems of instability and radiation with your UFOs. This is really interesting because the concept of donations comes up a lot in ever since the crashes in the 40s. There have been apparent, and this was also mentioned by David Grush, donations from the extraterrestrials. Like, they've just kind of left their craft or their technology here for us to back engineer or to use to help us sort of advance our own technology. But there always seems to be a problem, which is why we're hearing a lot about the psionics and the importance of psionics, because the interface or the interaction with the technology requires a psychic connection, one which perhaps the extraterrestrials have more of a capability of doing. And as mentioned with the podcast and Danny Sheehan, he said there are government programs that are doing assisted psionics, which is using technology, amplifying the signal or amplifying the psychic ability within these people, but also frying their brains at the same time. And that's kind of, maybe what Lacerda is hinting to, that, we don't really have any idea of what we're doing.
And I was sworn to secrecy when I was told about the psionic. It's called psionic assists. That there's a technology that they've got developed that is amping up the capacities of individuals to do telepathic communication, and it's very dangerous, and it's frying out the brains of people that they're testing.
Go check out that podcast with Danny Sheehan, by the way. Very interesting stuff. According to my information, there have been a great number of deaths of your people because of intense radiation and field disturbances. Don't you agree this is also an example of the business regarding the question of good and evil? You people play with unknown forces and thereby accept the death of colleagues of your own kind, for they are dying for a greater cause, namely for the advancement of your technology, which as a result is being put into place once again for the purpose of war, i.e. for negative pursuits. Now, one can give you the benefit of the doubt that only the least number of your kind have any knowledge about these alien projects, which are, as you explain it, top secret. It was told to you that the higher the ordinal or ranking number of basic matter, the simpler the heightening of the condition. But that is only partially correct. If you can't circumvent these powers, then you're better off not attempting it. But your kind has always been ignorant and has from time immemorial tried to play around with forces which you have not even understood. Why would that ever change? Just a little bit of Lacerda casually talking down to us, which, can't blame her. All right, we're going to talk about the copper fusion business here. This is a topic that was brought up by a few of you who, didn't really understand why copper was necessary here and how the fusion process worked with, the heavy elements that you would need just an insane amount of energy to make that happen. We're going to get into that. I don't much understand it myself, but maybe you guys can help me out. Remember this business of copper fusion? By means of the fluctuation at the right angle with the induced radiation field, copper is fused with other elements. The illusion of matter is fused. The fields in the sphere of influence overlap each other, but the main force would be reflected by that process and would assume a quasi-bipolar character. Okay. The resulting connection in the field would therefore not be stable in the normal condition of matter and unsuited for tasks. As a result, the entire field spectrum is shifted to a higher plasma-like condition, whereby the spectrum comes together with this harsh shifting to the opposite pole side. The word is not correct, of the force field, and it resembles quite closely a gravitational shift. The shifting causes a tilting of the repulsing quasi-bipolar force, which now no longer flows to the interior of the force field, but rather flows partly to the exterior of the field. The result is an interstratifying reflective force field, which is very difficult to modulate with certain technical boundaries in relation to its own characteristics. It can also carry out a multiplicity of tasks, for example. Okay, so hold on. I don't know what to make with sort of any of this. My feeble, meager mind will not comprehend what is being told to me here, so I will be enlisting the help of Chat GPT. There's some complicated math going on here, or science, or physics. Can you please dumb it down for me as if I was in grade 7?
About advanced technology, like those used in UFOs, that can create powerful energy fields. These fields are dangerous and hard to control, leading to accidents when people experiment with them. The text also mentions a process where copper is combined with other elements using a special energy field, which changes how the material behaves, almost like using magnets to change metal properties. Additionally, these energy fields can make objects float or become invisible, and they might even allow things to pass through solid objects under the right conditions. Finally, it suggests that what we see as reality might just be a surface illusion, with everything being part of a much deeper and complex universe. Does that help clarify things?
Unfortunately, yes it does. Okay. So that's interesting because a lot of what was said there, and we'll keep reading this last little part here, but a lot of what was said there is kind of been repeated. Now, I went to the South by Southwest premiere of Age of Disclosure, and in that documentary, Hal Puthoff, a famous physicist who's worked with the government for a long time, and Eric Davis also, talked about the propulsion system in layman's terms. And it resembled a lot of what we're hearing in this text, namely the part where once you create this shift, you can travel essentially through solid objects. Now, we see transmedium crafts, or we hear about them entering and exiting orbit and our atmosphere and going into water. But what that also means, if they can travel frictionlessly through water and air and atmosphere, they can also do that through solid stone or metal. And that, wildly perplexing. It can also exert a camouflage function in the realm of electromagnetic radiation, as well as manipulate temporal sequences of events. Indeed, only to very limited extent, and other things as well. Are you familiar with your quantum tunnel effect? Even the amplitude equalizations among genuine matter can be achieved with one of these kinds of fields if its frequency and the distance from the plane of the field are high enough. Unfortunately, the whole thing that I have explained to you in your words has come out to be rather primitive, I'm afraid. It sounds rather strange and certainly impossible for your comprehension, but perhaps this simple explanation can be of some use to you in helping you to understand. But then again, maybe not. Yeah. No, I still had to run it through ChatGPT, Lacerda. You are absolutely correct. But also very convenient that you're like, I can explain this, but you'll never understand it. There's no way that I can really explain it to you for your meager minds to comprehend. You know, also a really good way to sort of get away with just talking about some BS, you know? Question, is there a scientific substantiation for paranormal powers, as for example, with your powers of thought? Before we get into this, my hypothesis is going to be the manipulation of this Feldraum, or this quantum field, and access to that quantum field. I think time doesn't exist there, neither does space, and so if you have access to that, you can probably have access to essentially the Akashic Records. Answer, yes. In order to explain that, one has to acknowledge the physical reality of the sphere of influence, the Feldraum. I'll try to do it. Wait just a second. You are going to have to separate yourself mentally from the illusion that which you see is the true nature of the universe. It is, at best, the surface of a side. Imagine for yourself that all the matter here, you, this table, this pencil, this technical device, this paper, does not really exist, but that it is rather only the result of a field oscillation and a concentration of energy. All matter that you see, every creature, every planet, every star in this universe, has an information energy equivalent in the sphere of influence, which is located on a main field, the general level of things. Now, there is not only level 1, but several. Last time, I had mentioned that highly developed species, which is capable of changing levels, which is something completely different from the simple bubble changing, for bubbles are a part of each and every level. Do you understand? Dimensions, as you call them, are a part of a solitary bubble. Bubbles, or universal foam, are a part of a level. And levels are layers in the sphere of influence, while the sphere of influence, acting in the capacity of a single physical size, is essentially unending. It is composed of innumerable information energy layers and general levels. There are, in the sphere of influence, no null levels. All are the same, but they are separated by means of energy conditions. I notice that I am confusing you now. I think I ought to stop with this explanation. Thank you. Thank you, Lacerda. I appreciate this. And no, I was completely following all of that, but, I understand if the other mortal minds, who are paying attention might not be capting everything that you're saying. Question, no, please continue. Great. How do concrete paranormal powers arise? Okay. This is interesting, though. The bubble stuff, the layer stuff, like the planes of existence. It is cool that not only is our reality made of physical and non-physical, that the non-physical layers also have layers. That the non-physical realities aren't the only realities either. Like, that's just such a hard concept to even comprehend when the only thing that we can barely comprehend is the physical. Well, okay then, let's try something simpler. It is not completely correct, but let's begin in this manner. Tangible matter, on this side, is mirrored in the sphere of influence, the Feldrealm, as a field with distinct layers. These layers contain information, as an example, about the simple structure of matter or the string frequency, but also there is stored information stemming from the development of matter. Are you familiar with the human concept of morphogenic fields? One part of the layer could be designated as such. Now, there is still another intermediary layer for which you, unfortunately, have no human concept, since the theory is not common in human thinking. Let's call it a para-layer. For this layer is mainly responsible for everything which you call psi and paranormal, and which lies outside the boundaries of your primitive science. The para-layer lies between the layers of matter and the morphogenic layers of a field in the sphere of influence. It can actively integrate with both. Your body, for example, is mirrored as a field in the sphere of influence, the Feldrealm. I love this idea. So, what's really interesting here is that we're saying, okay, there's a mirrored reality, one which is physical sort of information, among other things, and one that is sort of this non-physical interpretation of the physical, like they're mirrored. And, I've had several out-of-body experiences. If you haven't looked at that documentary that I did about the whole gateway process that I did, I went out of body probably half a dozen times and, saw myself laying in the bed. But the room that I was in, although was my room, was slightly askew. There were elements in the room that appeared larger, smaller, closer, further, fuzzier, just in weirder locations, but it did seem like my room, although there were slight differences. And so even in Bob Monroe's book, he mentions that this other reality is like an 80% match to ours. So I do think that this is really interesting that we're talking about some type of like mirrored reality that isn't quite exact. That doesn't mean that it does not also exist here as well as flesh, blood, bones in the form of matter strings or atoms. But not only that, existence is always a duality. Some layers of the fields contain simple information about the solid matter of your body and its frequency, while other layers contain information about your spirit, your consciousness, or speaking from a human religious point of view, your soul. Awareness or consciousness in this case is a simple energy matrix divided into different layers of your field in the sphere of influence. Nothing more, nothing less. Genuine awareness can also exist here on the matter side, but only in the form of post-plasma, the fifth form of matter. With the necessary physical knowledge and the corresponding technology, the consciousness/awareness matrix, or soul, can also be separated from its field of rest. It can, despite its removal, continue to exist in a self-sufficient manner for a certain amount of time. That has the strange occult name of soul robbing. But above all, we're talking about science here, not about magic or dark forces. Okay. So here's a comment by Ola K. He comments on the soul robbing because it was in quotations. And he says the soul robbing was mentioned in one of the radical religiously motivated comments in the connection with the reptilian species, so soul robbing. But back to your question. Creatures with more powerful mental powers can have a direct influence on the paralayer by means of their consciousness/awareness fields. Now, this layer is not only limited to the individual, but rather as a part of a general information layer. You could call it, in a prosaic sense, the community soul that is connected with all animate and inanimate matter and all consciousness which exists on this main level. Okay, so this is what I refer to as like the quantum field, where information is stored and we have access to. So that is this paralayer, this psi layer that exists between this sort of metaphysical consciousness and the physical state. Between those is this paralayer where all information flows through and is connected to both, which is why we might have access to it through meditation, and then it can interface with both the physical and the non-physical. I really like this idea. If you looked at reality as three layers, you would have the physical, let's say the conscious realm here, this paralayer, and then this like greater consciousness, this greater awareness universally. To access consciousness or that greater awareness, you couldn't do it through the physical. You would have to do it through this paralayer, which can potentially be accessed through out-of-body experiences or meditation or kundalini or perhaps even, psychedelics. And so there is that interface. Like if you want to bring information from this consciousness, this omnipotent, omnipresent consciousness into the physical realm, you would have to do so through this paralayer, which I think is really interesting to think about. The biological cause for these abilities lies on the side of matter. By the way, in the pituitary gland, which always in the position to generate the frequencies to actively control the sphere of influence, the Feldraum, even you people could theoretically do this. However, you are solidly blocked in these things. As I've said, the paralayer can interact with the mind as well as with matter. For example, if I decide to use my mental powers once more in order to move this pencil, then simply said, I imagine in my mind how my consciousness/awareness expands/amplifies itself on the matter side in the form of post-plasma to the pencil. In the sphere of influence, this causes simultaneously an automatic command from the consciousness/awareness layer to the paralayer to interact with the matter layer of the pencil. Since the paralayer is not confined to the body, it is not even a problem that the pencil lies over there, for I can unerringly reach it, even without moving my matter body. Post-plasma on this side, paralayer on the other. I have control over the pencil, and the interaction brings the matter field of the pencil to the point where it changes in the manner in which it moves, for example. Here's a note, a comment by Ola K. I certify that the pencil mentioned above abruptly at that very moment jumped into the air of a height of 20 centimeters, then fell back to the surface of the table. The sound is clearly heard on the recording tape. No one visibly had touched that pencil. I would give anything to listen to this tape, by the way. Let's take a break here for a second and just think about, digest about, sort of what was just said. So you need to affect the fifth solid state of the pencil, the plasma field. And what are you doing? You imagine in my mind how my consciousness/awareness expands and amplifies itself on the matter side in the form of post-plasma to the pencil. Okay. So my consciousness needs to expand and create this post-plasma. How do you expand your consciousness and awareness? How do you amplify your consciousness and awareness on the matter side in the form of post-plasma to the pencil? I'm trying. I bet all of you right now are trying to do this with the pencil on your desk. I don't quite understand that. Maybe, through deep meditation or some type of deep, relaxation process, we might be able to attempt such telekinesis. Question. That is fascinating. Which kinds of paranormal activities can one generate with that? Yeah, what superpowers do we have within us? Lacerda, please enlighten us. Answer, all kinds. Everything that you call paranormal. As I said, this special layer lies in the sphere of influence, Feldraum, between the morphogenic information layers and the matter layers, and can interact with respect to both sides. That is to say, it can be interacted with solid matter as well as with mind or mental information, wherewith we can achieve everything that is generally designated as telekinesis and telepathy. Okay, so basically saying that if you have access to this paralayer, you are able to do all of the telekinetic or telepathy or anything psi ability, maybe even pyrokinesis, maybe not, I don't know. Where do we draw the line? The connection absorption with another consciousness/awareness is generally separate in the procedure from the simple influence of matter, since different consciousness/awareness fields work with different oscillations. A consciousness/awareness that sends or a consciousness/awareness that listens must first adapt itself to the other mind exactly before any access is possible. Most species also have chances to block the alien access, but you people don't have this. The following is generally valid. The stronger the paranormal abilities of a species, the simpler the adaptation and the access. Our own abilities are not so powerfully developed. Therefore, first we have to learn specifically alien mind influence in order to use our mimicry. For example, where mimicry is actually quite simple in your minds due to the implanting of the on-off switch, some of these abilities are also partially inherited. Mother and child of my kind, as an example, are attuned exactly during the first months of life, partially also in the egg covering in the expectant mother, and communicate telepathically. In order to influence you people, we need a certain amount of time for practicing, despite your simple structure. Can we please just get over the fact, I get how dumb and simple we are. If we're so dumb and simple, why are you even talking to us? Wild. All right, whatever. Therefore, it is forbidden, for example, for adults of my kind before the age of enlightenment to come to the surface of the earth. That term is synonymous, along with other things, with full physical strength. In the case of not fully developed abilities, the danger of discovery by you would be too great. By the way, there are, of course, numerous secret teachings about the real possibilities which can give one these abilities, but I really don't know anything exact about that. Whenever an alien mind ought to be influenced, then there are some generally valid steps which are set into motion by other extraterrestrial species. First and foremost, the alien oscillation must be felt, something generally that is done automatically by the brain, i.e., for the one, the field oscillation, for the other, the quasi-electrical brain waves here in the normal space, which matter inhabits. That is not especially difficult. After that, one simply probes for another consciousness and awareness in the mind with a post-plasma manifestation. The sphere of influence reacts and the connection is there. Okay, not sure I understand this, but it's some type of like interfacing and oscillation, so some type of frequency-based thing where you have to match your frequency to the mind that you're trying to influence. You asked me last time whether you people had the opportunity to protect yourselves against this influence, and I told you that only an awake and concentrated mind had any kind of chance to withstand it. In this state of mind, the oscillations change very abruptly and access becomes complicated. More precisely, it can come as a painful recoil. Whenever you close your eyes, then the field becomes flat, and alien access to the mind is immediately possible and without restriction. In terms of your chances against a more highly developed species, you have none at all. They are able to adjust the oscillations faster than you can change. You could even demonstrate it on yourself, but you were really horrified and confused the last time, so we'll just leave it at an explanation. Obviously, we don't stand a chance against some of these more superior beings. Our mental faculties are just too inferior, but it would be interesting to know, like, what type of mental abilities we actually have access to. Now, we've studied them with the CIA, and we've seen some with the telepathy tapes, but, like, how cool it would be if our society was really encouraging to these things. Much like the Psy Games coming up. My buddy Hakeem Isler is organizing, the Psychic Olympics, essentially, and I think that's really cool. And if ever there was reptilians in existence, I would assume that they would be present at this Psy game. So we'll wait and see. Take a lot of pictures. This explanation presumably sounds to you like, as you say, something esoteric or from the occult or magic. The reason for that is simply that you lack the basic understanding for seeing the background reasons. All paranormal phenomena have a purely scientific origination. None of this has anything to do with supernatural powers. We grow up with this kind of knowledge. We know how one makes use of these powers and where they come from. We are acquainted with theory and practice. You are not. Therefore, you really don't understand what happens in your world. You see only one side of existence, not the other. I mean here, both that are physical. Everything paranormal is dualistic, and it exists in the space that matter inhabits as well as in the sphere of influence. To be explained, it can only be explained by the acceptance of the latter, because the sphere of influence is the basis. I would welcome an end to the scientific questions, since you really aren't grasping them anyway. We're wasting more or less valuable time by doing this. And that, folks, will be the end of today's read-through of the Lacerda files. There is quite a lot to digest. I will be, by the way, real quick, I will be uploading a second reading, a final reading of the Lacerda files next week. We are not done with this. I will not postpone it any longer. We are getting it out of the way. Next week, we will be reading another Lacerda file, the last one. But we've gotten through the science part, which has left me with a mild aneurysm. I do actually quite understand it, and I think this does gel with my base sort of theory of reality, as I know it, whatever that means in my, meager existence. But I do think that there is something there. Like, physical has a mirrored non-physical, and that there is a layer in between which allows the exchange of those things. In a very simplistic manner, that makes sense to me, but I'm also a very primitive mind. Perhaps there is someone out there who is studying parapsychology or even quantum physics that can enlighten me to see if this at all has legs to be, at the very least, a sound hypothesis. That would be great. Folks, I hope you enjoyed this. This was a lot of fun. I'm kind of over the science part. I'm glad that that's out of the way. We can focus on more pressing matters like, what does their poetry sound like? And does it compare to the Vogons? Folks, if you enjoyed this video, please just leave a like, subscribe. If you're listening to this on iTunes or Spotify, leave us a comment there and a 5-star rating if you did enjoy it. It goes a long way to help us sort of propel this into a favorable algorithm on those platforms. Also, if you're so inclined, if you have your own stories, we've been getting a lot of calls recently. 8333 area 52. It is toll free. You have 1 minute per call, at which the call will end. And then if you didn't have enough time, just call back and pick up where you left off. You don't have to introduce yourself again. Just I hear all of them. But if you want to tell me about your sighting or encounter, that's a great place to do that. And check out area52.shop, guys. Thank you once again, and we'll see you on the next video. Peace and love.
Mr. Chairman, ranking members and congressmen, thank you. I'm happy to be here.
with Mudman's calls. Nothing is Mudman calls. Mudman calls.
It is a good day to die.
Upgrade complete. It's all
Ready for battle.
I heed thy call. I heed thy call.